Okay, time to do the setup stuff. Let's see, who am I going to use? Actually, I don't know why I didn't put it on the full screen. Okay, there we go. Okay. If anyone is there, probably not yet, but hello. But yeah. Let's see. Okay, I already selected the group I was going to use. Van Balthirapash. Okay, Van is a white mage, so I guess I should probably be okay with. And those other two don't use magic at all. Okay, so I should probably be okay. An additional slot. Okay, I'm probably not going to be getting much further in the game this time, because I'm going to be mostly probably trying to get through that one dungeon, maybe? I don't really know. Anyway, slowly I'll get through the game. Yeah, we'll definitely not be using this. Ninja sword? I don't think I'll be using a ninja sword. I want a sage's ring, because that'll allow him to cast a lot more magic. Wait, the white mage might have sage's ring accessory more easily accessible. At least I think it's the sage's ring I want. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Increase magic potency. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, this is where all the magic is grouped. Every time I look at this board, I have to try to remind myself, like, where things are. Astrakhan hat. Where is the sage's ring? It has to be around here somewhere. Can he already equip it? Right now he does counterattack. Accessories 14. Yeah, I'll give someone else the battle harness. Probably Bosch, if he can equip it. Oh, he already has one. That makes sense. It seems like it's probably the best item. So, accessories 14. There's 17. Uh, 14, there it is. Okay, well, I don't care about ghillie boots or steel polyans. I want the sage's ring. Actually, I think I have the sage's ring already equipped on somebody else. But I think I will definitely steal it if it makes me more survivable as a white mage. I won't buy that because eventually I'll get that. What else? I guess I'll buy magic lore. And then whatever this 20 is. Okay. Okay, that's probably good enough. Let's see, so I don't think there's anything in particular I'm going to be too concerned about getting. I'm just foregoing all the magic related stuff because it doesn't matter. I'll just buy guns. That seems like an obvious buy for the, considering I've mostly been getting the hit points up with them already. Wow, this world had a Euclid in its history. I bet that's just a neat name to most people and not like something that means anything. Well, I don't know, maybe. Maybe a lot of people have heard of it, heard about him before. So that's a thing in, they probably would teach in high school about history. So the name might be at least familiar. Okay, I don't think there's anything in particular that I'm looking for here. I don't think I'll have them use pulls or anything. Nobody's default weapon is a pull, so I'm not gonna fight empty-handed. That's cost 130, so I couldn't buy it. Yep, I will use that, I think. Okay. And then, oh, that's perfect. Give them more hit points. Oh, I wish I found this earlier, but oh well. That'll be for next time. Get the swiftness. Okay, I bought an extra gambit slot and I know exactly what I'm going to do with it. Now let's see what Bushi has access to mystic armors and katanas? Okay. Yeah, buying more hit points is never a mistake. I guess it'd be a mistake if I was forbidden from equipping better armor or better weapon just because I had more hit points in overall, but I think generally it's better to increase your hit point maximum than your armor maximum. Because I'm not exactly sure how much value you get out of any particular I'm not sure how much value you really get out of any particular armor upgrades. Like, I'm sure the numbers do something, but since I don't know the particulars of what it does, then it's kind of trivial almost. I think I've generally been equipping Bosch with a shield, so maybe I'll do that. Is there a... Do I have swords 5? Oh well, I'll buy it, because eventually I will use it. And then something that costs 20. I think all the things that cost 20 are near the origin of the board. Okay. I don't think I have anything that costs 20 or less. Okay. I think that's it for him. Now to do this battle thing. Okay, if Van is KO'd, he'll use his revive them thing. Because he's the only one that actually has cure magic, so. And that is the most important priority. Do I have a bunch of ethers? Okay. I have 11 of them. I guess I don't care if he uses them. Okay, I'm going to change that if they're below 100%. Yeah, maybe I'll leave that there. And if hit points are below 50, then cast Cura. Oh, I have the option for Kiraga. Wait. Okay. So I think Cura actually gives more hit points than Cure. Kiraga must be like a super thing then. He also has Isuna. So I'm gonna have Isuna. I don't know if I want to make Balthier a decoy. Like, that's good in theory, but that only really matters so much if I have a lot of MP to burn. Like, the fact that Van is going to be primarily using 8 Phoenix Downs, that's not too bad considering that I keep running out of Phoenix Downs. But do I have access to Rays? I guess I didn't buy Rays yet. It's probably one of these. It's near Isuna. Okay. I guess I'll still have it be Phoenix down. But yeah, he's already going to be casting Isunas and I might toggle some of these off. Okay, if Van is asleep or slow. Okay, I already did the Van Revive Van. Okay. Have this target only. Oh, okay. That's right. I don't think anyone but Van will ever be low on magic points. I've had it before where I've equipped somebody with this and then I accidentally equipped like the Dawn Shard or something, and it just constantly dumps all your ethers into them because it reduces the allies' hit magic points to 0, so. I think Isuna gets rid of every status effect. I don't think there's any fancy gambits I'm gonna have anyone do except for Van. Okay. Okay. Pinello has the Sage's Ring. I guess first thing I do, I'm going to see if anybody here sells a Sage Ring. I don't know if they do. Realistic Man. That's right. Where is the shops? It's over here, I think. Well, this listed as an item shop, but maybe... Yeah, okay. Sage's Ring might be one of the rare things that you can only get one of. Or one of up to the point where I am in the game. Nope. Okay, I think I have to just flatly de-equip Pinello. I'll de-equip her like that so that maybe I can... Next time I use her, I might just steal the Sage's Ring back. It's just too good for me to not want to use. Okay. Okay. I can't use the ice shield, but that doesn't matter. Actually, I didn't look at... Okay, I do have a bit of money. So I can possibly get better equipment, but I'd probably only be able to buy one. I don't think anybody has equipment I can tinker with right now. Let's see. Yeah, Bosch still has the Ice Brand equipped. What do you have? It's a black belt. You can't be disabled or immobilized. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to have one person that can do that. One person that can't be disabled. Just because it, well, I don't think that's a thing that most enemies is even capable of doing to you. So I don't know if that's necessarily too useful. Okay, now I kind of reached a boss battle that I wasn't able to beat with my prior configuration of party members. So I'm going to probably Ooh, diamond sword. Wow, that'd be an upgrade to almost anybody. Aldebaran. Well, I could equip that. Well, let's see. First I'll figure out if I can equip Bosch with anything better. Bastard sword is one-handed. I guess I should have looked here before I spent my stuff, because I could entirely have skipped over sword 6. But it doesn't matter too much. Yeah, I'll get rid of the ice brain. Why not? Plus 4, plus 26. Okay. Chopper. Avenger. There we go. And that plus 4, I can forego it. Now I'll be able to buy one armor, maybe. Half damage from fire, weak to ice. I don't think I want to equip anything to anybody that's weak against something. Okay, I think I probably want to give Van this. It's probably a little more... Oh wow. Lowers vitality by 3. Well, I still don't know what vitality does, so... I think I sold all my loot before. Okay. I did, I think. Okay. I think to start off, I will do a couple of these. Wait, that's not complete? Oh, okay. I did not realize I didn't actually complete that. Because in order to continue the plot, you don't actually need to complete it, I guess. So, let's see. Rabanastra. Okay, most of these require me to backtrack pretty far. Okay. I think maybe I will go... Well, by the time I backtrack to do most of these, they'll probably be trivially easy. They're probably already probably some of them are already trivially easy. But I think I will, if I backtrack and do a couple of these hunts, I'll probably be able to get armor and weapons that makes the boss battle I was doing earlier a lot more easy. So let's see. I'll talk to Balzac and then Sorbet. I generally do remember where they are located, so it shouldn't be too difficult. He was at the top of this map and to the left-ish area. Let's see, Demented Merchant. Okay, he just wants to show off his collection of blades that he made. What are you laughing about? Okay. Yeah, words is wind, so I guess that makes sense in a way. And here he is. Yeah. Okay. I won't tell you the details until you agree to do it. That's weird. You'd think that the agreement to do it would come after you hear the details. Because, you know, I could just turn around and leave and not do it, but whatever. Winded Trace Dunes. Yeah. So the sandstorm has to be going and it'll come out. The ringworm strikes me as something that would be possibly rather dangerous. So that might be a tough fight. I don't really know if it actually is though. And okay, no, that's not the. I want to go up to the surface. There we go. I can't remember if I'm only talking to 2 people here, but I'll check before I go back to the stuff. Okay, I may as well buy some more of these while I'm here. For some reason I always forget I can do this, save money for it, but I don't think I need to be too methodical in buying all of these. I wonder what the point of having those target ally if they have this particular detrimental status effect is. Like, if they're weakened, am I going to like if they have that particular status effect, am I going to just not cast Cure on them or remove status effects? Am I going to maybe cast Protect on them? Something like that. I don't know. There's probably a point to it, but whatever the point is, it's lost on me. I guess that's what guides are for, right? Like if if there's anybody who's figured it out in the world, they probably put it on one of those guide sites. Or I think back in this era, they were still selling strategy guides for games like this. You know, putting in esoteric mechanics that you can't figure out what they're even for, and then writing a strategy guide for it that they can sell separately as like the thing they used to do, so you can actually see all the content of the game. and understand what you're even doing. Back before they figured out that DLC is a much easier way to get, you know, cosmetic DLC is a much easier way to get that little extra money out of people. In a way, I think that's that DLC like that is a better way to squeeze a little extra money out of people. Because, you know, now you can just look up anything that you don't know how to, you don't understand, because there's people that'll dig through the code and experiment. If they can't figure out how to dig through the code, they'll just experiment till they figure out what the formula is, and then they'll post it online so you know. So, I think for that reason, you know, the strategy guides don't really exist anymore. That's an interesting shift to occur. I think a lot of people didn't buy strategy guides ever, though. I never did. That's an interesting market that used to exist, though. I think game companies would like commission out the creation of the strategy guides to third parties too. I seem to remember that being a thing. It's interesting that it doesn't really exist anymore, but like, I mean, I would assume it doesn't exist. Because it's not like you can write something in there and people won't just copy paste it to the internet somewhere. Or not necessarily copy paste, but you know, just rewrite everything but have all the same underlying information, so it can't be taken down as plagiarism or something. Okay. White moose. I wasn't really paying attention to what he said. I saw some of what he said, but he said it had a key. So it's in the sewers, yeah. Okay, this is where you get the key for the sewers. I guess I'll go there first. Okay, that seems like it's probably the easier encounter to accomplish. Okay. What? Wasn't this the one that had the entrance? Okay, I guess I goofed and went in the wrong direction. I want to see if I've ranked up so that there's anything worthwhile here. Or if he just sells one extra item that's something that I don't really want. Oh, okay. Drain would be something I would want. But he does sell one extra item. Well, it's good to know at least that that's a thing. Okay. Okay, let's talk to a random person now. What do you say, random person? What? Oh, okay. That's right, because Benella was kidnapped. Well, he kind of didn't do it just by himself. But I guess he doesn't know any of the other people in my group, so that kind of makes sense. Okay, well. What do you say? Okay. I guess that makes sense as a response. He doesn't want to get in trouble because, you know, whatever that is that guy sells. Vaughn really is just some kid. Some random guy that's involved in things for no real reason. Okay. I don't know where exactly this is. It might be here. No, it's not here. I should have memorized the actual name of the location. West Sluice Control. Okay, now it's time to look at where West Sluice Control is. Central Waterway. Northern Sluiceway. Cloacal. Okay, it's down there. Okay. Well, I guess I'll save before I head down there. I did all my configuration. Okay. I think once you do this, the person lets you keep the key. Oh, that thing is navigating the path to come fight me. Yeah, may as well. Yeah, that's good. Ah, the camera feels so awkward when I'm down in those lower areas. But, you know, I've already talked about the awkwardness of the camera sometimes. What? Yeah. Okay. I don't know exactly where I'm going. I know the general idea of where I'm going, but not really how to get there, for sure. I do remember lowering and raising the levels of water. I think you just... I don't think there's any reason to necessarily... I don't think there's any reason I can recall to raise the levels of water. Like, there probably is one, but if there is, I don't recall. Really, there's no way up here? Well, at least there's some treasures. Cornito. Well, whatever that is. Okay. I guess this direction is not the correct one to go to get back there. But yeah, don't recall if there is a reason why you would want to raise the water levels instead of just lower them. I think there probably is. I'll just let him do whatever. Marlborough Overking. Oh, that's a higher, more difficult enemy than before. Those were the enemies I was fighting in the Teacha Uplands. I guess I'll just wander randomly till I find out the location that I'm actually trying to get. I was gonna try to just go there directly, but oh, I already stole from him, so there's no reason to have him keep stealing. It seems that the way they made this would make it so that once you've stolen from them, it deprioritizes that, or it ignores that command. Okay. That's a very tame looking waterfall. Very even. It's probably here. Wait, this goes up. Okay, I don't think this is the direction I want to be going. So I think I will be heading back. What's this? Oh, okay, that must be a closed off entrance to the surface. Theoretically. I kind of wish some of these, kind of wish that some more of these places that have the, some of these places that have the blocked off paths that make it confusing to navigate, you could later on at least open them up a bit more so that they become a little easier to navigate the longer you play. I think that would be pretty neat. Oh wow, somehow he stole the stuff up there. Oh wow, now they're all targeting him. Well, Balthier's nuking himself. So now I can reset my party leader to the one I really want to be in charge. Or at least the one that I can forced to run around a lot more so that my magic stays up. I did not expect to come down here and then have this difficulty of having more Phoenix Downs and stuff used. But I guess it was likely to happen, considering my strategy of not really caring or thinking or planning about too much before I go into some areas. These are some very very nice looking sewers. Oh, I got a Marlborough flower. I do like those mustaches. Yay. Dark Magicite. Guess whatever those are. Okay. Slowly I'll get through the whole game. I don't think I'm going to, I don't think... Okay, here it is. Yeah. I don't think in this run through of the game I will go for like 100% completion defeating the secret boss run. Because for one thing, I don't think I ever accomplished that the first time I played the game. Because at that point in the game, it's what you actually need to do to get to do that seemed kind of ridiculous to me. Like, for one part, it would take a lot of effort to do like a full completion, I think. Not that it's, you know, a bad thing to do that, but the game is already takes so long to complete that that level of grindiness would be probably pretty annoying to watch. It's probably already pretty annoying, I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why somebody would decide to watch me do random fights like this. The Berserk may have been a mistake. Because it ups their attack power. Oh, they're blind now. That's great. Probably shouldn't use a gun while you're blind. I think blind is just not true blindness, but like you shouldn't drive a car blindness. Which the threshold for that is significantly less than like being completely blind or whatever. Because the threshold for legal blindness is more along the lines of you can't see above a certain threshold. So like blindness as it's depicted is always like complete absence to determine light or dark, but for purposes of operation of vehicles or other such things, blindness is more of a thing that you can't distinguish shapes beyond a certain distance very well, or it indicates an impairment in being able to see, not necessarily an incomplete inability. I mean, there are people that can see no light or dark, but a lot of times the type of blindness that prevents you from doing things like firing guns or driving a car is something closer to you can make out general shapes still and see colors, but you can't like see it very well. There's a whole range of thresholds for what blindness is. Legally. So that must be what this is. It's legal blindness. I obtained broken key. Okay, I think maybe that guy repairs it and then just gives it to you as your reward. But hey, I got it. I guess an acid blob monster grabbing the key probably would break it. You know, corrode it a bit so that it gets weak. And then, you know, especially if you get into a fight with the acid blob monster and are shooting it with guns and slashing it with swords, makes a lot of sense to me that it would become possibly broken or weak. I should probably take the steal command off. It just seems so useful to me to have the steal action. It's odd, but it seems to me like the enemies in this game have more, it seems like they have more, or better pathfinding ability than my main character does. That might just be because they don't want you to, have your character move super far away from where you physically control them to go. So I guess that makes sense. Still feels odd when, you know, an enemy is across a vast, you know, they like require moving across half the map to locate where I am, but the reverse of, like, for me is like they just stand there staring at him going, I'm gonna steal from you, but then they never actually do. They never actually move anywhere. Like what just happened there. And now the frog's running away. Why are you running away, frog? Or lizard? I think the game doesn't know what a lizard is. Because a lizard is definitely not a giant frog. I mean, that's clearly an amphibian of some type. Of course, amphibian might not have any sort of special connotation. Like in the real world, amphibian means something that's not necessarily something that would exist or make sense in a fantasy context. Because, you know, in the real world, all these creatures have the classifications because they are they have common descent, and so they have features that generally across the classification are related, like amphibians having a life cycle that's associated with having a stage where they live in water for a while, and that not generally being true of lizards that I know of. Like, they have those features because, you know, amphibians all are more closely related to each other than any of them are related to lizards. But in a fantasy world, those creatures could have just been engineered into existence by ultra powerful beings of some sort. So they don't need to have any sort of history of any kind. You know, that's the thing about fantasy worlds, is they don't need to have a history that makes sense. Or a history of any kind, really. They can just pop into existence as they are. Now, usually the ones that okay, I need to go talk to Balzac. I forgot. But yeah, a fantasy world doesn't need to have a history. It can, and usually it's a good idea for people that develop them to have a history in mind, but having a history for every element of the fantasy world would be very time-consuming, and for that reason, seems like it would be rather rare to exist. And I've never read it, but from what I understand, the reason why people like Lord of the Rings so much is because there's a lot of attention given to making sure that that world has a lot of history. Which is perfectly understandable why people would love that. So yeah. Which, you know, if that is the reason why people love Lord of the Rings, then that is very... It's no wonder that it's been super influential and widely loved. Okay, let's see. What? Oh, it's not him. It was the other one. I could have sworn it was him. What is he doing out in the Western Sand, and the person at the west gate to the city is doing in the sewers? I mean, I get it, you aren't always going to be running around in the exact location, or you aren't always going to lounge in the exact location that you perform activities in, but like somebody who works out there, like, where is it? Somebody who works out in the desert spends all their times in the slums. I guess it kind of makes sense that the Moogle wouldn't be traveling out into the desert, maybe. Because I don't really know what role magic plays for these characters, but it makes more sense to me that all the non-Moogle races would be more wilderness prepared, like going out into the... Okay. I want to go to the West Gate. But yeah, I guess it makes sense that the Moogles wouldn't be traveling adventurers. Unless they're repairing a gate, right? Oh wait, you are the one I want to talk to. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got the quest reward. Oh, okay. Old Delan. Is Old Delan actually important for some reason? Yep, and it gives me the key. After fixing it. I guess I got a bow out of that. I'm just curious if the bow is... Burning bow? Oh, it is actually better than the bow that I have equipped. I mean, it's probably not gonna look better, but it is still better than it. That's interesting. Hornito, hand bomb. Okay, it's one of those weapons. Oh, the Avenger has evade. That's neat. Oh well. So yeah, these side quests are worth doing because they can give me weapon upgrades too. I think you can end up, towards the end of the game, I think you can end up buying most of the things from the shops. Even if you didn't get them earlier. Okay, yeah. I think the place I want to go is like the south wind or something. Is it the Wind Trace Dunes? I think they said the south part of it. So I want to go down. I want to go to the middle and then down and then up left, I think. Oh, I could have gone to the Tavern Master in Rabanastra and completed that other one. There we go. Wind Trace Dunes. Okay, it doesn't say anything here. I think it did say the south part of it, so I don't know why that particular spot that is its own little section that can't be reached in any other way. I don't know why that spot would also be considered part of the Wind Trace Dunes. How much sense does that make? I mean, considering that all these places have different names. Okay. It's kind of pointless to kill these guys, but I guess I may as well still get the wolf pelts. Because who knows the 30 money that they sell for each. That could add up. The pebbles won't add up though, because they're each worth 1. I do remember once selling a ton of pebbles and then having something appear for purchase in the bazaar. But that might already be the case. Oh, okay. I lucked out and it's here already. Alraun B. Alpha Wolf A. Wonder if that's a theoretically tougher version of the enemy. Okay, that's Sleep Near. I mean, that seems like what it's spelled like, but I don't know. Okay, maybe this isn't the spot I need to be. I'm looking for the ringworm or whatever, which is pretty different. I guess it's not that location. Well, good thing it doesn't take long to just simply backtrack. Most of these hunts are pretty trivially easy to find, but I remember some of the later numbered ones like 45 and 50 were sometimes difficult. Like I think there's one that only appears... Hey, it's a Fideliant? Sleep near? 92. I also kind of like the idea that each of these maps have like special variants of a lot of the enemies. I mean, that's what this skeleton is. Like, I think all of those things like that skeleton and the sleep near all had like special requirements for appearing. Or like the alpha wolf. Like they're particular like named enemies, but they're like just upgraded versions of the basic enemies that appeared, and I think each of them has like unique conditions that make them appear. I remember that being when I tried to do 100% completion, I remember that being a difficulty because a lot of them, like, I couldn't figure out how to make appear, but I knew that they existed because I think they appeared in my bestiary, but in order to get the lore entries in the bestiary, you need to kill a certain number of them. Like, I think you need to kill a certain number of the named enemies. I don't remember for sure though, because it's hard to remember stuff like that from a game that I've last played like a decade ago maybe. It is a neat detail for the game to have though. You know, it's also the kind of thing that makes this feel like it's supposed to be MMO-y, which I guess according to whoever it was that told me the game was originally developed as an MMO. Kind of makes a lot of sense. Stormstone. Ah, there it is. It's that bigger dot. Ringworm. Doesn't say what level it is. Couldn't steal from Ringworm. Well, you know what? I'm gonna try to steal from it. Because it might have good loot. Oh. Well, I guess Phoenix Downs are worth something, so that's not too bad. Okay. Silence and dead. Yeah, I guess these are appropriately challenging enemies for where I'm at in the game. Boy, ringworms in this fantasy setting look very different than real life ringworms. I kind of wish it didn't have that, whatever it is around its head. Around its legs, around its tail. Yeah, I could see that, but around its head just makes it look like the thing would have trouble eating. Like, what is it even? I guess its head does stick out a bit, but how would it lower its head to the ground? I don't know. I mean, I guess probably it's a fantasy creature that maybe sustains itself off of violence or something. Maybe it doesn't need to eat. Immobilize Ga. Okay, well it's good that missed. Because running around is basically most of what I do with Van. Its tail kind of looks like, reminds me of a rattlesnake's tail. That would be neat for a dragon design to have that. I mean, I don't know if it's meant to be like a rattlesnake tail. Because rattlesnake tails are interesting. It's basically every time a rattlesnake sheds its skin, like most snakes do, it sheds all of it except a tiny bit of the tail section stays attached to the tail. And as it sheds more and more, it creates that distinctive pattern. And I think I think the actual like stuff that rattles in it is the dried, hardened segments of it end up clacking against each other. I think that's how it is. That it is. I think that's how it grows. So there's like, it doesn't work like a rattle, like there's something inside it that does it. It's just when it shakes its tail, all the segments clatter against each other. And it creates the noise. It's kind of weird because, you know, it's almost like the actual shedding that doesn't shed all the way to the tail correctly. It seems like it's almost a mistake that happens. But because it doesn't like shed all of its skin correctly. The fact that it doesn't molt correctly makes it so that it gives it this little sound creating appendage. I've always thought that was kind of interesting about it. Which, you know, I think that's pretty neat. Most life has neat little things about it like that. You know, I know people often have favorite animals they have, but I think the fact that there's trivia like that you could talk about for almost any animal, like every animal has something neat about it almost. I think it's kind of hard to pick a outright favorite animal for that reason, because not only do most animals have something neat about them like that, but there's classes of animals that have interesting things about them as well. So for that reason, it's kind of like, if you don't like a particular animal, then you probably just don't know enough about them. Or if you don't think a particular animal is interesting or fun or whatever favorite animals are chosen by, then that just probably means you don't understand enough about them, maybe? Like, you know. But I think there's a lot of critters out there are potentially interesting. Okay. Well, luckily the sandstorm isn't dangerous. I think later in the game, sandstorms, you fight elementals in them. And elementals are across the board a mid to late game encounter. Like, I think they're all level 45 or something like that. Okay, let's see. And I will go to a sand sea. I'll talk to that other guy before I forget. The other two guys in the sand sea. Something I wonder about the Moogles. That little thing they have on their head. Did they ever, like, figure out what it does when they make these things? Like, is that where their brain is stored? Is it like a magical antenna or something? And why is that string so, I don't know. Definitely not an adventurer if I had an appendage that was like that. Yeah. Alright, let's talk to him. Okay. Serpent wine, yes, I will help you. Merilith will do here. Zertanan Caverns. Okay. I'm not sure. I know there's a boss fight in the Zertanan Caverns, but yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to do that then. I know there's a boss fight down there that I'm probably not high enough level to beat, but okay. Yep, that's confirmation at least that all of them have the same board. And I'm looking for Tomage. Is Tomage up here? Oh, okay, he is. Yeah. Yeah, I did take my time to talk to him again. Late or not, you earned your bounty. Does he give that commentary, like, if I try to talk to him right away? Okay. Or is he, like, not available to talk to until after I complete the part of the game that you get access to? Oh, I think, let's see, you'd beat it and then you come back to town, and then because you did that, I think you beat it, and then the Banga that is your friend, like, is able to supply wine to the palace, and I think you go into the sewer maybe right after that. But I think at that point you can still come back to the bar, so I don't know if he said that because I was late or not. Anyway, I'm gonna go talk to Balzac, which I think there's an entrance up here to the Undercity. There it is. Stairs to Lowtown. Okay. Okay. Time to go talk to Balzac. Hooray! Moonring. Moonring is loot. Well, he went back into the wilderness. I think there's another time you come talk to him. Well, I think I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. Back. Now let's see. Going to go to the, what is it, Zerdanan Caves or whatever? Zerdatan Caves? I can't remember what it was called. Demented Merchant. 36 money. People just keep dropping stuff. Guess I'll get it. A potion. Well. And... Whoops. Money. And I went the wrong way, but... Okay. Okay. South Gate. Wait, this is South Gate? Oh, this is the south area. Okay, well, that's good to know. I think I want to go to here. I'll go there and I'll save before I enter the actual caverns. I'll see what the reluctant adventurer says too, because I'm curious. I don't think that's the weather guy. Let's see what you say. Found a new inside. Yep. He's talking about the cave. I'm not sure if that's... if it being filled with fiendish creatures is, I don't think that's a reference to them being difficult right now. I think that's a reference to, at the time that I originally came out here, they'd be fiendish creatures. And boy, that Benga must be pretty pathetic if its attack just did 10 hit points of damage. Because I think even at like the lowest level possible, you still do something like 30 points of damage to him. Maybe that just indicates that his weapon is terrible. And, you know, I guess doing thousands of hit points of damage indicates that my characters are somewhat experienced with fighting at this point. Even though, like, in the story, not much time has passed since the beginning. One thing that I kind of wish RPGs had a better way of I guess, establishing... I'm not sure what I'm thinking of how to say exactly, but a lot of RPGs have this weird curve that over the course of a week or two of in-game, in-world time, your characters go from struggling to kill rats to slashing apart a god. Like, a lot of games don't have explicit, like, clear time frame of how long the events transpire over. But, you know, I think even saying that the events transpire over the course of a year is maybe the most generous time frame. And you always go from being like, you know, you always go from being like, oh, a gust of wind hit me and I collapsed over because just the gust of wind was too powerful for me to possibly stand up against. You always go from that to killing a god that devours whole planets and annihilates universes. You always have that escalation going on. Even in the toned down ones, you always have that kind of escalation going on, or something similar to it. Like the most toned down version of that I can think of in an RPG is maybe Final Fantasy Tactics, but that still has you. I think that game explicitly does go over the course of like 5 years or something in the game world. So it's a lot more toned down in terms of that, but also Final Fantasy Tactics, the ultimate evil is like somebody that augments themselves to becoming a super soldier or something, essentially. But I think at the end of the game you do fight like a apocalyptic threat level sort of villain. I don't remember what the actual thing was at the end of that game though. Like I think it was a what was it? Because most of the enemies in the late game in that are like people that use stones to transform themselves into, you know, powerful beast forms, basically. But I don't remember if their alternate forms were supposed to have the power of a god, or if they were just like essentially powered up regular people. I think it was more so the latter, but the way the game's story was structured, it almost seems like it's supposed to be a lot more threatening than it was. And I went the wrong way. I guess I'll look at the map. But I think that might be the most toned down version of the thing that I'm talking about. But most places don't strike me as having... Okay, so it's there that I want to go. For some reason I thought it was directly across. Anyway, I kind of wish that there was... some of these games had a better, like, way to figure out how to make the narrative less out of match with time and difficulty. Because I think it'd help the feel of a lot of these games if the story plot was more spread out over time. Like, there's definitely reasons why you wouldn't want to do that, but like taking down a worldwide or universal-wide apocalyptic threat, that doesn't seem like it's something that you should be able to do in the course of like a couple of weeks. Seems more like you'd invest a decade of your life to doing that. Which, you know, you could fix that by either making the ultimate threats of the villain be something that's a lot lower stakes, Or you could fix that by just making the plot canonically occur over the course of 10 years. But, like, you know, you go on a quest to get training and then you spend like 2 years mastering something that's important for your character to learn, you know, in order to take on a lower threat. And then you spend a couple of years researching, you know, you get to like a period of adventure and then they settle into a routine of like a couple of years at a time passing, where your character is canonically like learning something that is important that they will absolutely need to take on the threats that they do. Like, you know, like maybe the first time is the character's learning how to do combat, and then after the time skip, they're the same level they were before, but suddenly their defensive stat and their attack stat are like beefed up. That represents the 2 years difference, and they have a different character model to really sell that feeling, and they say that 2 years have passed, you know, something like that. And then you get to another fifth of the way through the game, and then you wind up at another roughly 2-year gap where they're studying magic or something like it. And then after they get the ability to use magic, you know, at that point you would get another 2-year gap. Yeah, these are all protective. But I don't know. That seems like it'd be easy-ish to do, but maybe there's a reason why they don't do that. As part of a time, as part of like a development time thing. Like in this game, if they had to develop 5 different character models for every of the main characters, maybe that would make sense, or maybe that would ease more into the development time of the game that they could focus on elsewhere. I think for the most part is probably nobody that designs these games really thinks of it, because nobody's like, I don't want to say nobody, but like it's rare for people to take things like that into consideration. Like, I'm sure there's an RPG somewhere that's done that. Probably even multiple fairly well regarded RPGs. But I don't think I've ever seen one that's had that particular type of progression. I mean, I can think of one that has something kind of like that, but it's not really an RPG. Well, I mean, it is an RPG, but it's not like this style of RPG. It's something closer to like what Fallout is, where you have where the point of the game is that you're flying around the galaxy trying to build an alliance to take down the bad guys, and in that one, you know, things canonically take weeks to occur and days, and there's like fixed events that happen in the map that you know, you get a sense that you're building an alliance that takes time to construct. The game that I'm thinking of is the Urquan Masters, which sort of has that, but you know, it's that isn't an RPG in the sense that this is. It's different because in that game the stuff you get is resources that you directly use to build ships, and you get access to more ships as you forge alliances, and you also learn stuff by just buying technology outright so that you can use the technology in your in the various ways that you use them when you get access to them. But anyway, that sort of thing is different than this type of RPG, because you know, you don't have a character that you level up in that. It has no levels of any kind. It's just flat out, as you explore you get more resources and better tech that you can upgrade things with. You know, but that's like, that also has like a fixed countdown timer that you have to respect in order to get places. Anyway, I think it'd still be interesting to have a, yeah, here we go, push the boulder, or attack the boulder. That works too, I guess. Oh, and it has a texture of the sand flowing outwards. That's kind of a neat detail. Zodiac Caverns. Okay, let's see if the let's see if it has a name. Okay. You'll just have to wait patiently till it shows itself. I think this might be an enemy that you have to go to a specific room and wait in it. What's the point of this small area? Well, here, let's see. I've only been in a few rooms here. I get the feeling that he said it was inside, but only just inside. So I kind of get the feeling that probably it's in one of these first few rooms. I think maybe it might be in the very first room that I have to wait on the map, and then it will appear after I've been on the map for a certain amount of time. But yeah, there's a few of these hunts that it really is not clear what you need to do that. I mean, it said wait patiently till it shows itself, but the fact that it doesn't tell you where you need to wait, you know. Like, this seems like a pretty good room. I think it did say it was close to the entrance. Or he said it was just inside the Zodiac Caverns, I think. So I think probably this room is as good a candidate as any for my waiting. So in the meantime, while I wait to see if that thing appears, is anybody out there? maybe, maybe not. But in any case, I still think it'd be neat to have the thing where your quest takes over. Actually, I can think of another game that sort of does what I was thinking. There was a game that was an RPG called Inindo, Way of the Ninja. It was made by a company that, as far as I know, mostly made simulation games. And that game had a calendar that progressed as you played. I can't recall how long you had to defeat the game. I think it was something like 10 years. But in order to defeat the game, you had your character run around in the... Whoops. Meant to grab this other thing. But what you did to defeat the game is you had your character run around at all of feudal Japan to get training at different shrines. And each shrine you got training at, you'd learn magic or sword skills. And, you know, it canonically takes you time to traverse the world. You know, you'd see what the calendar date was as you progressed it. And the reason why the game had a timer is that you needed to defeat the emperor or the warlord or whoever he was that killed your ninja clan. You know, so if you ran around in the game longer than his natural lifespan, then you couldn't get revenge. But since getting revenge was the whole point, then, you know, you had to defeat the game before he died of old age, I guess. Oh, okay. I found it. So it was here. But yeah, that game did the same thing. Because canonically what you were doing, it took you time to traverse the dungeons and even do whatever. That game was also interesting because it had you, it had like hirelings that you could hire, and I think you could have them die permanently, although I don't remember for sure if that was a thing. I think they did have like a respect system with it though. But like the people you hired were specifically, like, I think you paid them money and then they'd follow you around for a certain amount of time. But I think you only ever had, your main character was the only one that like was wholly devoted to the cause. You know. But that game also had this weird, like, it had an individual battle system and then it had a war battle system, which was like a wartime strategy behavior. That, I don't know, it was weird. It had some strange mechanic to do with it. But I think that company made, they mostly made simulation games. So the few RPGs they made were bizarre like that. I think the most well-known of the games that they made is probably New Horizons, which was also a game that was like, I don't remember if there must have been a time limit of some kind, but I think it also had like I think it also had a calendar progression. Which that game was like an RPG mixed with a trading simulator, mixed with a something else simulator. I don't know really.
It cannot end us.
Oh wow. They all fell. Well, I guess I'll put these people in to just do the finishing blow. Oh wow. I guess this party is a little too can't quite defeat this thing. Well, that's why I saved before I ran out here. Boy, my first group did a lot better than than the backup group. I guess there's an autosave that is more or less in the same spot. That's neat, I guess. But yeah, I guess that company did RPGs that are kind of similar to what I'm talking about. But Inindo didn't have you fighting. I mean, it had the span of time deal. It's canonically your character takes a while to get training and level up. But it also solved it by not having it didn't have the ultimate fight be something that was god tier. Like Inindo just had you the guy you were fighting was a warlord. He was a powerful warlord that I think was like skilled at magic and fighting, but you know, he wasn't like I will destroy all the universes that ever exist or could exist. Like, he wasn't super destructive like that. You know, he was just some guy with a lot of good preparation and training and a high degree of power, but ultimately he was just some guy. You know? I think the other game I mentioned with the sailing, New Horizons, that you just go around trading and fighting pirates or being a pirate yourself, stuff like that. I think that game, I don't think most of the characters had like a final. I think some of them had a final boss, but the final bosses were things just like a particular fleet captain that you needed to defeat, or like that game had you pick from amongst a list of characters, and each character had their own goal, and the character you picked determined your win conditions. I think when I played it, I had no idea how to play it or what to do, so I don't think I ever got to a point where I beat any of the characters, but one of them was just simply to travel around the world and make a map of the whole world was his canonical goal. So that was also a neat thing. But like, the standard in RPGs, even like modern RPGs, is to have some super ultra bad guy at the end that you need to beat up. And I think that's kind of uninteresting. I mean, it seems to me like that should be something that you could, I don't know, it seems to me that there'd be more diversity now. But yeah. I mean, of all the game franchises to consider this, it seems like Final Fantasy is the wrong franchise to talk about this concept with. Because, you know, of all the franchises, Final Fantasy is kind of supposed to be over the top ridiculous. It's kind of the whole brand of it. It's to be as absurd as possible. So, you know, if you fight a completely all life must be extinguished throughout the universe final boss, that's kind of like the standard final boss for the series. They always have that like ridiculousness to them. I mean, this is one of the more toned down ones that I remember. Like, I'm sure the secret super hidden boss is one of those ultra genocidal beings. But if I recall correctly, the final boss of this game is just Vayne. Like, you fight him and he has the ultimate nethicide or whatever. You know. Spoiler, not that it's much of a spoiler though. Because he's clearly telegraphed to be the bad guy. You know, he has that Final Fantasy Sephiroth bad guy look to him. Like, oh, my hair is amazing. That's how you can tell I'm evil. I look smug and my hair is great. So, you know, he's the bad guy for that reason. They're calm creatures? Okay, well, I don't have the thing that lets me talk to them. Because at some point in the game you get a cockatrice feather and it like allows you to hear what they say. Or it gives you the delusion that they're talking to you, maybe. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to talk to someone here. Okay. No. Okay, during the rains, I guess. Is there another one? Okay. Oh, okay, that's already completed. Okay, so 2 of them during the rains. I guess I won't do that. I'll come back and do the snake later. Do I want to go all the way to the land of the Garif? Probably not. Maybe I'll do this one. Burrow in the Jajib Bazaar. Okay, so I think I'll head back. I'll actually head to Nalbina Fortress. Because last time I went that direction, I skipped over it. Okay. I'll come back later to do the snake. I think as its hit points go down, it gets its evasion and its ability to launch multiple attacks goes up. So yeah, that's why my characters were able to get it down to a sliver, but then it started killing them all. And that's why my second group didn't survive as long, because it had the increased evasion and increased damage output. So it just chewed them up easily. Okay. But I'm sure there's probably modern examples of games that have the kind of progression I'm thinking of. There's probably a lot of modern examples, actually. It's just that I'm so out of the general gaming environment that I just don't know what they are. Because, you know, a lot of older games from the Super Nintendo era I've played or have some familiarity with. But like a lot of modern games, starting around the maybe PlayStation 2 era, are games that I have no familiarity with. So I think it's probably just that. Like, there's probably modern games that are like those. I think MMOs tend to be like, I don't know. I don't know if MMO mechanics make it so that you exponentially increase your power towards the end, but I think most of them don't have world-annihilating bosses at the end. They just have, you fight some guy. I think they avoid the world annihilation thing because it'd be kind of hard to make additional content at the end of the game, like expansion packs and stuff. If you fought a boss that had enough power to blow up the universe, and then you go back to just fighting some guys at the end. Like, that would be kind of absurd, but, you know, or not necessarily absurd, but it'd be something that you'd want the final boss of the additional area to be something that's more, that's, you know, it'd ruin the escalation feel of the RPG to have a boss that you're not sure is going to be the last one you ever put in your game. You know, the final one. It'd ruin the world if you had it so that it'd ruin the feel of it if you had a world-annihilating boss and then after that you just fought some guy with a lot of power that was still more powerful than the world-annihilating boss. Somehow. The palace is under construction. I don't know if that is supposed to be a palace or not. That is a huge brick tower. And I did not need to come here to see that, but I got to see it anyway. Pilgrim. Yep. Some people definitely did trap some evil creatures there. Itinerant hand. Backnemy. Okay. I don't remember what a backnemy is. Okay, here he is. Oh. Oh, okay. That's a particular person I've met before. That's actually kind of neat about this game, is that you have these characters that you meet multiple times. You know, there's these minor side characters that exist in the world that you can talk to. One of the games I really liked that sort of had that thing going on was Xenoblade Chronicles X. Like, I haven't played any of the other Xenoblade Chronicles games, but that one, at least, had a lot of side content and stories that took place in the world that made it feel a lot more alive than a lot of RPGs feel. It's kind of like a modernized version of this sort of thing going on. But if the other Xenoblade Chronicles games are like it, I can see why they're successful, maybe? I don't know if they're successful at all. I just know that there's 2 others. But anyway, I should probably look into those games at some point. Because Xenoblade Chronicles X was a lot of fun having the random side characters. And what? Gambitry banner? Okay, that's the thing that was asking me to read it. Okay. I think there's another person to talk to here. Stonemason? Imperial? Apparently I'm not actually fooled by that. He puts it on me so he can loaf off. Okay. That's really nice of that random guy to put on the armor for him so he can slack off. What do you say? Wonder where the Leviathan went. So I guess it's not common knowledge that I think the Leviathan was in that fleet that exploded. Weapons of war. There's somebody here I think I talked to. Maybe I should look at the clan list or something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. And then after I complete these, I'll I got that one. No, maybe there's only the one in the Nalbina Fortress. I thought there were 2 for some reason. I mean, I know there's others you talk to in here at some point, but for some reason I thought there were 2. Oh well. Okay. Let's see. Star fruits. Fire Magicite. I know that the thing is somewhere around here, but I wasn't really paying attention to where that guy said it was. I like the look of that shield. If it was like 3 times as large, it'd be like a Monster Hunter shield. Slavern Wilder. That's not the target, but the thing that I am out here to fight, I think looks like a larger one of those. Larger version of that. Let me look at the clan primer to see what it says about where that is. Musphorin High Waist. And oh, it just says find it in the Musphorin High Waist. Doesn't say where. Okay, so I guess I missed it because he didn't say. Just search all around. I guess that's not that much of a problem. I'll be able to definitely have better equipment and be able to defeat the things to get into the capital. Okay. Hooray. Well, wherever this thing is, I'll just go around. Some of these things I have a vague idea of where I remember them being, but, you know, like with that snake creature, the hidden boss snake. But I don't think I remember where this thing is, and I have no idea if I can fight that. Oh, I guess it doesn't become active and target me right away, so I guess I can run past it without worrying. But yeah, I think all the elementals cast high-level attack magic on you. So they're pretty much all things that I wouldn't be able to fight yet. I think I am pretty close to being able to fight them, though. I think that the point where you can start to fight them, though, they'll become into, are somewhat of a slog fights. Like, not something that you necessarily take on lightly. Okay. I do like this mountainous terrain. I wonder if there's a certain... amount of the maps that I should explore before I move on. Like, I'm just kind of running around randomly, but... well, that's not quite true. I'm trying to go to the top of the map, because I think maybe the thing that I want to fight is up in this area. Those are some very weird looking golems. Who would ever design a thing like that? They're really good at balancing though. Although I guess if they're magical, you can just say that they levitate like that and only look like they're balancing on the ground. Nope. I think you need that. I think you need the bird to get up to this other area, other section of map. Let me see. Yeah, I think that connection. It looks like that other area there is cut off completely. But I think that's an area you can only get to with the bird. I don't remember how exactly, but I think a lot of the areas that are like that in this game have birds nearby that you can give greens to. Just in case you get there without knowing that you need the bird, and then only realize when you're like right near it that that's what you need. Just so you don't have to backtrack all the way to do it. Determined Traveler Scout. As a bridge, this looks like one of the least stable bridges I think I've ever seen. Not only is it fluctuating up and down a bit, but it looks like it's just some leaves. It really doesn't look like a bridge you can cross. Okay. Wizard's Bane trap. A good thing none of us are wizards. Oh wow, that python had money? I wonder how much the gill is supposed to be. I always interpret it as being like cents. Like the pebble is worth 1 cent, roughly. Like it's a fantasy world, so its money rate doesn't need to match the real world. Like one denomination of it could be $100, and we'd never know because these people never buy like random food items. Food is essentially free, I guess, in this setting, or in this world. Like, none of the characters need it for any reason. Apparently. Yeah, I got some ghillie boots, whatever they are. But yeah, none of the characters buy food. Or at least it's something that happens only passively. It's not important enough for money to be spent on it. But like daggers cost, you know, I would think for weapons, a good sword or whatever would cost more than just $50 in a fantasy world. But there's been decent swords I've bought that are just 5,000 gil. But the fact that some of the basic usable items, like, what is it, potions, cost 50 gil, makes me think that, you know, that seems like it's about right. 35 cents for a wolf pelt. But, you know, since there's no baseline to compare the commodity against stuff like food, then there's really no baseline for any kind of translation for these items to real world value. Because I think that's how between economies people determine the value of different types of monies. They compare like goods that you can get or something like that. Okay. Wait. Why are there Seek here that we can fight? They made Van berserk. And now I can't run around because Van's berserk. But Van can definitely follow. Okay. Well, Van also has the highest attack speed, so maybe I don't need a bunch of healing if Van is just attacking like crazy. They are regenerating hit points still, slowly. So that's not too bad, I guess. Hopefully I won't encounter the boss fight and Van is still berserk. That probably won't happen though. I don't even know if he's up in this top region. He might be in that area that I can only get to with the bird. Okay. Van's berserk wore off. Okay, that thing is larger than the others, I think. That's probably the thing I want. Or that's probably the boss fight. Which I think these enemies are tough enough that I want to avoid fighting both these and that. Or, it's not so much that they're tough, it's that the only person that can actually attack them is his Balthier. The telekinesis ability allows people with melee weapons to attack creatures in the air. But I don't think either of them has telekinesis. Yep. That's Atomos. Or rather, that's my target. Okay, it has crystals on its nose that... Wow, that is a very unoptimized creature. Maybe its eyes can see in a spectrum that... Maybe its eyes are capable of seeing in a spectrum that That crystal is translucent too. Such a weird looking creature. Spin kick. Yeah. Such nonsense. Legs with a crocodile head and a turtle shell. I wonder what thought process led somebody to design this as a creature type. Like, they must have had some reason for designing that the way they did. I mean, I can't make any sense of it. But somebody had to make sense of it. At some point. Maybe they just tried to make the most ridiculous creature design they could imagine. And that's what they came up with. Because I could believe that. I mean, I think that's about the only thing I might believe for that being the way it was conceived of and created. Wait. Is that really a good idea? Well, I guess I can understand a gun doing that over a sword. Still, it doesn't seem a good idea to deliberately cause an avalanche. Oh, it's like a shortcut. It's a shortcut I opened up. That's useful. Wasn't even pointing towards the creature when he fired off his gun. Okay. That's some crazy accuracy. I got another Avenger. Hooray! I think that was a sword of some type. Well, I'm almost back to the Nalbina fortress. Wait a minute. I didn't cross the... Oh, that's weird. I didn't cross the river to get here. I think the other... Wow, Balthier is slow compared to the other two. Oh, I guess Bosch is also berserked. But still, he's pretty slow, it seems. I wonder why the Sikh caravan attacks you. Yeah, I guess Berserk isn't a status effect that Vaughn is capable of healing. Biomote. I guess I may as well collect the motes on the off chance that I actually end up in a boss fight that I want to use them. Okay. And then I'll probably warp from Nalbina back to the hunter's camp before I make my way into the enemy city. Because I don't think I want to run through all the maps again to get to where I am. I think I've probably leveled everybody up enough so that I can make another go of it, especially since I'm going to have better upgraded weapons at this point. Luckily, standing in the way of the shotgun blast doesn't make a difference. I mean, it kind of looks like it's a shotgun, but maybe it's supposed to be something else. I wonder if any of the gun models look like, I think they all look like the two-handed rifle or shotguns. I was about to say, I wonder if any of them look like a six-shooter, but I don't think any of them do, because that would imply you could use it one-handed maybe. And I don't think you can use any of the guns one-handed. But you know. It would be neat though if there was a one-handed gun in the game. Have it be like a legendary gun that nobody knows how to build. There's only one of them that you can acquire in the whole game. Somebody somehow built a gun that works better than any rifle, more powerful than any rifle, but it's small. It's so super compact. Ah. Okay. Hello. What? I already beat up the caravans. They shouldn't have any trouble, but... okay. I don't care. Gaia Rod, Platinum Shield. Okay. Let's see if I can find that Seek. Hey. I saw him in the distance as I was coming to this map. Let's see what this stonemason question mark says. Yeah, that's some way to stumble into a career. Okay, well. Was it this one? No, it wasn't this one. Okay. That guy might be in the aerodome or something. Oh, there he is, Jovi. They won't feed you if you don't work hard. Okay, that does not seem like a very ethical thing, but I think this is a fortress that's run by the Empire, so why would the Empire be ethical? That's usually not the concern of empires, to be ethical. I mean, the whole point of it is that you can do worse things to other people than you can do to your own citizens. That's the whole point of having an empire. So, I guess that makes sense, but still. Little odd. Yeah, it's a different shop. The guy that's sitting just outside the gates. Well, I'm going to teleport back to the fun coast. I like how Nalbina is at the bottom of the list now that I've only gone here after going everywhere else. Actually, I wonder if this list is, I wonder if the order of this list is determined by how soon you go to all these locations. It might be. Actually, no, it's not. Because I know I went... Actually, the Golmir Jungle... Did I get that waypoint before I got the Mines one? I don't know. I didn't really go into the Ester Sand until I went to all these other locations. Actually, no, that's not determined by the order at which I grabbed them, I think, because I think I went to... I think I went to these other locations before I went to the Ester Sand. Of course, I may have stopped partway through and done a hunt in the Ester Sand that got me that waypoint before going anywhere else. But still, like, Nalbina Fortress being before the Salika Wood or the Fun Coast would... I don't know. That ordering seems to imply that I have those in the order that I visited them. But that one seems to be out of order, possibly. I don't know. I haven't kept track of that at all, so... That'd be something that would be, at best, trivia about the game. Marlboro fruit. Oh wow, the wolf pelts are worth more than I thought they were. I thought they were 35, like the windstone. Succulent fruit, 363. Yeah. I think I want to believe that it's a strict dollars and or strict pennies per 1 gil, roughly. Of course, 10 years ago a penny was worth different than it is now, but or 15 years or however long ago the game was originally released. It's not like they're gonna, even in the update of the game, it's not like they're going to change the price of all the goods slightly to reflect a different value idea. That's just sort of what I get the feeling of these things are worth a penny per gil. It would be interesting to see a wallet system in a game like this where the actual physical bills or coins that you have are like physical objects. I don't know how you would implement something like that without being irritating or annoying or pointless even, but I still think it'd be kind of a neat thing to see. Vega and water. Okay. I think I'm too far in the game for that. Well, I don't have water shot. I guess I'll buy that for the aqua shot. Just so that if I encounter a boss that is difficult, I can use Aqua if the boss is weak to it with my gun. Chronos tier pack. Yeah, sure. I don't really use high potions much. Antidotes, eye drops, and echo herbs. I don't think I need any of those, so it's probably better for me to upgrade my equipment above anything else. Well, let's see. Okay, I think daggers are the thing that Van uses primarily. Although I could probably get that. That might be a black mage thing. And I'm not sure if white mages have weapon classes they use. Okay, let's see. Okay, I have light armor 7. The other light armor 7. I don't think I want to be using the thing that gives me a weakness to anything. At least not for my main healer. Maybe I'll see about giving it to Balthier. Just because it's less important if he drops. Adamant hat, adamant vest. Okay, now the question is he going to be super weak to ice, or does weakness only super resistant to fire, super weak to ice, or does weakness only apply once? I don't really know. Heavy armor 6. Heavy armor 7. Maybe I will buy a license for that now. Actually, wait. Okay. That would give him the reflect status, so I guess I won't bother to upgrade his stuff. I think for now I will call that good. And now it's time to head into the capital. My group is mostly upgraded. I guess maybe I will look at this. What is the... I think... Now that I think of it, I probably can upgrade Bosch's weapon. But I think the... Let's see, diamond sword. I think Bosch is mainly using one-handed swords. So swords 7. I can't upgrade Vaughn's, and I can't upgrade... Oh, I can upgrade his. Oh, but I didn't because it only has a difference of 4. For some reason I was thinking I upgraded his already. So let's see. Guess I will. I'll do this before I forget. Okay. That actually increases the damage dealt. Yeah, maybe I'll have him use fire. Okay. And wait, that's not the right one. Yep, there we go. Sword 7. Yeah, sure. I'll raise that. And what was was Mirror Mail the one that I saw? It was one of these. And I'll buy that. Just to spend the points. And I guess while I'm here I may as well spend these for the other characters. I want that first. Action speed up is probably the single best thing I can possibly buy for anybody. And just because I'm here, I think I basically have most of the things that I really want already. Yeah, I may as well do that. Increase shield block chance, yeah. Yeah, I'll just buy some of these. Sash. Wow, for such a simple sounding accessory, it sure takes a long time to get it, whatever it is. And I'll buy that. Yeah, just spend the points to spend them. Eventually it will help me for the fact that I have 1 platinum shield, 20 evade, 20 to 25 evade. Shell shield. Okay, I think maybe I will keep the shell shield on him. Even though shell shield will probably be better for Van overall. I think I'll just leave that equipment on him because he already has it. And he's in my party currently, so. And I forgot if there was another equipment upgrade I bought. Okay, yes, I bought these ones. Well, I can't buy both, so I'll just buy the one that doesn't make it harder for him to be healed. Crystal shield. Oh, okay, so crystal shields are available. That adds 10 magic evade on top of the 25 that the other one does. Magic Evade must work for status effects and nothing else really. Alright, I don't want to equip the Adamant Vest to Vaughn, except he has an Ice Shield, doesn't he? Well, I won't worry about that. Okay, now I think I have everything that I want. I'm sure they can survive out in the wilderness to the next save point, but I just like to do that to be sure. Okay. Well, I will go ahead head on foot to get the last little bit of experience. Silver Lobo. Pretty soon I will be... I think my characters are probably powerful enough. Because I think the first time I went to that hunter's camp I wasn't able to... I was only able to buy the stone bow for Fran. I'm not sure if I upgraded any of my armors. Like I probably did, but I think to the extent that I've done that now is I think I've made these characters more powerful than the other ones I was using. But you know, one of the nice things about these sorts of games is that you can kind of let your mind wander a bit while playing them. Like if I was playing a game that relied on reflexes, I wouldn't be able to talk nearly as much because I'd have to be focused more directly on what is happening on the screen and not like looking at the weird bird and such. Actually, I think I'm not in the correct. I think I went the wrong direction to progress. Yeah, I need to go back up and to the side there. Wow, there's a lot of random spots I haven't gone. I mean, I kind of know the way to go on most of these maps, so that's probably why I never went to those other locations, but still. And that other area I think is only reachable by bird. Like the thing that goes directly from this map to the upper route. Well, thousands of hit points of damage. One of the RPG scaling mechanics that I liked the best was for an RPG that I can't actually get to run. It's a roguelike that's based off of Doom. And the thing I like about that one is that I don't think your character levels had almost any impact on your... I guess that route didn't require a bird to take, but oh well. But in that game, your character levels had no impact on your damage directly, and no impact on your health. And so that roguelike, every time you leveled up, your pistol did between 2 to 8 damage, with 5 being the average. And there was a skill that would increase your damage with pistols by 1 point. So, you know, if you put points into that skill, you'd get like 1 skill point to use, and every level you could choose to make that deal 1 more damage, which was certainly not a whole ton of damage, but it meant that if you had that skill maxed out, you'd be doing about double damage with pistols, I think, by the end of it. But that's a particular build that you pursue for the sake of it, and you would negate having skills that reduce the damage you receive or give you more hit points to have, or, you know, skills that would also improve your accuracy. So in that game, every time you leveled it, it does like a very real tangible thing you can understand, but also the levels like didn't have you doing, you know, in that game I don't think there's anything that does triple digit damage. Like, there probably is a way to get triple digit damage in some things, but that would be like an end game sort of thing in that game. Like, you certainly wouldn't be doing triple damage off of just pistols at the end, or triple digit damage by pistols at the end. But like, all the skills were things that gave you an understandable, definitive, you know, boost, but at the end of the game you were definitely more powerful, but you're not like more powerful in the sense that you're doing order of magnitudes more damage than you were at the start. You're just, you know, instead of some enemies taking 3 hits to kill, they can usually be dropped by 1. Which, you know, in terms of what the actual power level is, I think that's as good a metric to determine relative power level as any. But having enemies that have like 100 hit points and you can do over 2,000 of them by the mid-game, that seems a little bit unnecessary. Like, I think in that game, I don't remember it too well because it's been so long since I've played it, but I think in that game the final boss has like 800 hit points or something. So they take a while to fight, but you know, there's no way you're doing that much damage in 1 hit. I might be wrong though, because like I said, it's been ages since I've played it. And, you know, I don't think I remember exactly how much damage the last boss had. But it's somewhere amongst those numbers. Anyway. Woo! Fighting melon-headed cheetahs. Has those floppy ears on the top of its giant head. So many of these creatures look so bizarre. I think maybe at some point I'm probably gonna dig through the lore to just see for myself at least if there's anything that the lore says that is particularly interesting to me. I mean, I like lore in game worlds, generally speaking. I think this game had a lot of neat little trivia in it. So I think that's something that will be worthwhile for at least me to do. Probably won't be doing that on... Whenever I do that, if I do that, I probably won't be doing it on stream. Just because I won't be doing much more than just reading every entry and figuring out every entry. I guess if I read lore that I think is interesting by doing that, I'll probably, you know, if I think of something to say about the lore, I'd probably read it on stream, like specifically find it out of the menu to read on stream. But other than that, I think it's probably something that I can just do on my own without necessarily showing that off. Okay. At some point soon I'm going to be... Actually, not soon. I think I'm a little over halfway through this game, so there's still several sessions I can get out of playing through this, but I'm going to probably pick another game to play through at some point in the future. Not necessarily play through, just play on stream. Because there's some games I've played some of before, but not too much of, like Mario Kart, which are fun enough to play some more. But I just haven't done much so far. Which I'm not very good at it. Because I've played the original Mario Karts, like, I've played most of the entries in the series before, and at some point, Mario Kart's fun, but at some point I stopped playing those games as much as I originally did. As much as I played the early entries. Like, at some point I'll probably be playing Smash Brothers on stream, but that's the same deal of I've played all of the Smash Brothers games. And the last, I think 2 of them, I have not played nearly as much as I played the first couple of them. Because the first couple of Smash Brothers games, I played to, I played so much I got to a level that's probably competitive, but I never like practiced things like wave dashing and things like that. So I'm pretty sure I would not be competitive in a real sense, but more like in amongst casual players, I probably was one of the best casual players. So I was probably right at the lower tier of what a competitive player would be. At least I knew of a couple people that were competitive players of that, and I was able to beat them, but they always seemed like they weren't very good to me, but it seemed more like their skill was a component of them reading strategies, and they didn't actually play the game too much. So like their understanding of what what characters could accomplish and where hitboxes were fairly low. But they did know like the secret strategies to use or the high-level strategies to use. They just didn't know how to execute them very well. So I think in that sense, you know, I played those early games enough for that. Just because, you know, it's a fun game to play. But I think a lot of game categories, or at least the types of games, when they make sequels and almost none of the mechanics are changed and it's generally the same type of game, if you have played enough of the prior entry in the series, then you just might not have much interest in playing the new one. And for me at least, I think Mario Kart and Super Smash Bros. Are games that kind of fit that qualification for me. Like, I know there's always minor tweaks between the game genres, but for the most part, you're constantly doing the same thing. Which, you know, you could level that kind of... You can make that kind of statement about pretty much any game, including this. You know, it just depends on what sort of repetitive activity draws your focus. You know? Because if you really like the repetitive activity, then it's not going to matter that the mechanics and the world is virtually unchanged. You know, it's not going to matter as much that, you know, each of those games is pretty much the same thing as the previous game. If you're, you know, fundamentally that thing interests you. But I tend to go through like waves of interest. So like, it has been a while since I've played Mario Kart, I think, so for me at least, I might have more of an interest in playing it now than I did, you know, a year or two ago. I thought I saw a treasure chest around here. Or a treasure pot, or whatever it is. I'll fight these snakes. I guess there's some in the distance there. I'll fight these snakes to level up or whatever. Boy, there's a lot of these things. I'm definitely gonna have to turn off the steel thing when I'm fighting the tomatoes. Level 35. $0.54. Two gil. Or 2 pennies. That seems like a worthwhile treasure. There's probably particular treasures that are worthwhile picking up every time, and there's probably particular ones that are almost worthless to pick up. But I don't know what locations those are. Maggoty flesh. I guess if that makes sense to steal from any enemy, it makes sense to steal from them, the zombies. Still doesn't feel like a thing that that would make a whole lot of sense to steal from them. And yeah, I did remember the trap was there. I remember there were some traps in this whole area. But I just don't think it's that big a deal if I hit them. Okay. This way, I think. Iguion? Yeah, I think I'll fight it. That would have been a... Woo! Stolen antidote. Okay. Rhyme Fang. I think that's the thing that casts ice magic if I use it on an enemy. Okay. 27. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I can actually do this time. Okay. I think they should be able to beat this. It's like a big combat arena. I wonder if this is a thing that they can just beat like on auto combat. Oh, I got... Oh, actually the Berserk might help. Wow, everyone got status effect up. Well, I guess I will make Balthier use... Probably should have thought to equip this before, but... Because it's the one... I tried to think of things that would help my strategy, and that one did not occur to me. Okay. I think I'm probably good now. Oh, I dropped mine. I guess I'll take manual control so I can at least get closer to the fight. Okay, dropped 2. Bosch is just very Bosch is just very powerful, it seems. Yep. I think most of my characters are doing twice as much damage as they did before. That makes this encounter almost trivially easy. I think if I originally had the gambit set up, I wouldn't have had to take control at all, probably. They... what? Okay, I killed them all and they turned into ghosts? Ghosts that still have a... that can still have their bodies get individually segmented? I don't really understand that, but that doesn't matter. Their bodies disappeared anyway, so I can pose for nobody. Okay. Okay, so now the question is, do I continue or do I backtrack so I can claim whatever reward I get for completing the hunt, theoretically? I know that's not a hunt that's tracked manually, or that's tracked officially, but maybe I should go back and do that while I'm still thinking of it. I think that is what I'll do. Dispel moat. Okay, I think I got all the pickupable items. And this is backtracking, I think. I could progress, but I think I will talk to that kid to just see what's up with him. Yeah, I may as well fight this magical glowy frog thing. Boy, that's really good at parrying my stabs. I could see a parry with that creature if its horns were like curved forwards, because then it could like use its horns to maybe deflect a strike at it somehow. But its horns are curved backwards. Yeah, I got a gem. Oh, Isuna gets rid of sap. That's, interesting. I guess Isuna gets rid of most status effects, but still, I wasn't expecting that to be one of them. Regen is a better way to... Maybe that's what the, maybe that's what the specific status effect things are. Like if the status effect the character has is sap, it's probably better to cast regen rather than Isuna and then regen. I guess that's maybe what it's for. Like cast Isuna if they... Unless I have a preferred way to get rid of a status effect. Do that. Because just, well, I don't know. Because if the preferred status effect is... Actually, I think that wouldn't... Yeah, you have to do it that way. Because just having regen cast on them individually, like, if I want to get rid of the status effect, but it's a low priority to actually cast regen in normal circumstances, then prioritizing casting regen if they actually have the status of condition sap would make sense. Because it like it's higher priority to cancel out that status effect than it is to just cast it when somebody's hit points are not maximized. So yeah, I guess in that sense, having the specific thing for if the opponent, or if I have a sap on a character, cast regen, then I guess that makes sense. I'll have to think about stuff like that for blind though. Like, why would I ever have... Because, you know, regen, or rather sap, is something that you directly cast, or regen is something you can directly choose to cast that does more than just cure the status effect. So, I don't know. I'd probably have to think about it more to figure out what the purpose of it is than I'm really focused on thinking about right now. Okay, kid. What do you got? Hey, where'd all you guys appear? Oh, he's with his dad. Yeah, wow. So, your house staff are people that are highly armed mercenaries, I guess. I don't know why you'd need that. What do you say? Wait, their private airship. What? Is your airship around here, kid? Or adult? I guess their airship is coming to the middle of the highlands or the uplands. I don't know. I guess the airships can just lower platforms attached to ropes and hoist them up, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like an incredibly safe thing to do. I guess the airships can do a perfect hover in place, so maybe that's not as dangerous seeming as it seems, or maybe that's not as dangerous as it seems like it would be. But still, I think I'd prefer there to be 4 ropes tied to the corners, but that one cutscene showed a single rope that split into 4 near the bottom. I mean, I guess that accomplishes the same thing, but I don't know. I don't know how cranes are constructed and designed. So maybe there's some level of durability that isn't necessarily maybe there's some level of basic stability that's okay. Okay. Well. And now enter the silent cave. No music whatsoever. Or, I guess there is music. Maybe it's just there's no music here the first time, or maybe I just didn't notice whatever music was here. Pretty sure the first time there wasn't music in this area. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there wasn't music the first time. Woo. Okay. It using a buff as its opening move would make a lot more sense if it could survive more than one hit. Or if it could survive for longer. I wonder why they do stuff like that as a in terms of creature design in these sorts of games. Like if you're going to design it so that they can be taken down, you know, within 60 seconds, why should they waste 20 seconds of its limited lifespan on a number of on a buff spell that's not going to actually provide you any challenge? You know? I don't know, maybe it does make some sense to have enemies that are designed that way. But I can't make sense of it. Okay. Which way did you go? I think maybe this way? Actually, because one of these leads to a sealed underground area. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter which way I go. Or at least I don't have the map for this place. But yeah, one of the paths here leads to like a side area that has a secret boss in it. Or I don't think it's a secret boss necessarily, but it leads to an optional boss, I should say. I don't think it's an area I can open up yet. It just kind of exists. Yeah, really nice city here. Oh, it's a dead guy. It's a dead banga. Oh, I guess it gives me a save point. Oh, hey. This save point enemy actually looks like the actual save crystal. It's not green like that other one that I fought a while ago now. Quite a while ago. And crystal appears. Did it appear or was it just possessed? I guess that's not the door. Okay. Another corpse. Would seem he didn't make it. So other people, I guess, have gone through this underground pathway that leads into the capital than just me. This is a very this place seems both nicer than the sewers in Ravenastra, but also more run down. And I don't know what the purpose of this entire chamber is. I do like those mushroom, I don't know what that type of mushroom growth is called, but they grow on the sides of trees in some forests. They look all they look all like levels of platforms like that. I do like seeing those in these caves. It's kind of a neat decoration to have on the walls. I guess there's underground sections of... Is that light coming from a skylight, or is it just bioluminescence or something? I guess it's supposed to be luminescence of some kind. Okay, I don't really remember which way to go. Pilgrim's Door. Open the door. Yep. Okay, so... Okay. Okay, even though it's called the Pilgrim's Door, people that are trying to get into Arcades need not go there. So I think that's the place that you can unlock and fight an optional boss in. It's one of those summons that I haven't played with at all. I remember not really liking the summons mechanics, or like most of the optional powers mechanics in this game. Mostly because to actually use them you have to manually select them. Like you can't auto... That I remember at least, I don't think you can auto set them to trigger. You have to manually select them every time. That's why I haven't been unlocking those abilities on the license board yet. Like I probably will at some point, but it's just not something that I think is much of a priority. Okay. I don't remember for sure where I need to go. Okay. High potion. Just a waterfall in the middle of a path there. I seem to recall that room I was just in having something to do with the door that you open. But I don't know if that's the thing to do. I got a Hypno Crown. That guy has a head. I think that may have been a special enemy. That's why he had the extra decoration that the other one didn't. Oh yeah, that's right. I think there's a puzzle here where you open up specific doors. Like north, south, east, southeast or something. I don't really need to know it, though. What are those pots? They look like there's something you're supposed to interact with. Or vases or whatever. Wendigo. Okay, maybe that's just a... Maybe that's not one of the special enemies. Because usually the special enemies are like 3 or 4 times as tough as the base enemy. I don't know what to call them exactly. Maybe not base enemy, but 3 or 4 times as tough as the standard enemy. Maybe. Okay. I don't remember fighting a second boss, but I don't think it... I think I do get to the capital pretty soon. Okay. Looks like Van gets about 2 magic with every attack he does. So that's pretty good. I guess the extra enemy they created must have gotten killed. I need to see if there's something that cures Doom. I don't know if there is. That's an interesting thing. I guess I'll just have to have him revived by Balthier. Six. I guess maybe I can beat him before the time runs out. Possibly. It's at least possible. Oh man, they're all confused. Wait, Bosch isn't. Where is it? New Kaisen, yeah, that's the one. Wait, Vaughn isn't confused anymore. But Balthier is. Strange how that works out.
It cannot end us.
I guess I should probably set this as a thing. If Vaughn's confused, or if anyone's confused, maybe I should set that. Let's see. He's got a bunch of... There we go. I just turned that on. That might be something worth turning on for anybody. He's casting regen instead of healing. I think I should definitely reprioritize that. I noticed that a while ago, I just didn't think to fix it, because it doesn't matter for fighting most normal enemies. Definitely matters for fighting a boss though. The ring that floats around his head fell down. It's kind of funny. The ring itself, if I animated that, I'd make the ring break or something. But that might be something that would be too hard to animate. Too hard to make the model turn into, you know, suddenly turn into a different model. Or add a pre-defined fracture to it that rips it apart when it falls. That might be the reason why it didn't do that. But hey, they killed another enemy and decided to celebrate by standing around. It's pretty rare that games will have multiple bosses that you fight in the same dungeon. So whenever it happens, it's always unexpected and, hey, I forgot that this is actually something that the game did. That kind of thing. I think I came into this place from below. Should be that door. And I guess it looks like there's only one exit out of here. A bubble moat. Okay. You're just running around to see if there was a special, unique item I could pick up. Well, I'll do the standard thing. Have him drop so that Vaughn can use the Phoenix Down, and I'll swap back to him. There we go. That was some trap. I'm lucky I went the exact right direction to go. Oh wow. Boy, those traps are... Those are some serious traps. Well, at least that trap wasn't as damaging as the other two. But still. Maybe if one of these characters has access to the Libra skill, maybe I should make more of an effort to actually use it. I don't think any of them does have access to Libra though. Fun for sure not. Oh, I guess Bosch does. Wait. Okay, yeah. It is something that is personal use. Because I think it gives them, yeah. It gives temporary ability to see new things. Maybe I could set that up as a gambit. I'll see about it since I'm not having them use much other things in terms of gambits. Well, I guess since self is... yeah, self. I guess since the only valid target for Libra is the self, then I'll see if that makes him... Okay, it doesn't just freeze him, so he uses it continually. That's sort of what I was a little concerned about. Because if it freezes them so they use it continually, then there's kind of no point to equipping that gambit. But now he'll use it as long as I'm not in combat. And he doesn't already have it going. So now I don't have to worry about blindly stumbling into every trap that exists. Not that I really worried about it, but, you know, the way I was doing things before, I used like 3 Phoenix Downs that I didn't have to. And I run out of Phoenix Downs so much anyway that seems like it's a little bit too wasteful. Okay, and I think it's just through here, maybe. And then a cutscene. Oh, nope. What's this little side area about? I guess maybe to make the cave appear like it's more natural. For some reason I thought when you entered this room it played you a cutscene and you didn't actually like run around in the room. Disused pedestal. Ah. I'm not sure if there's any cutscenes here, but I think the bottom left maybe has text appear in it for cutscenes. Wow, that's some elevator thing. It's also very weird that that exists the way it does. Skybench chamber. Why would this thing... Guess that I needed a key to get into the caves, but still, it seems like a security oversight to have this place exist. I guess the whole idea is that this empire is so big and powerful that they don't think of security as being important. So in other words, they're incompetent.
Smells less like a capital and more like a sewer.
Even empires have need of sewers. The runoff from Arcades proper pools here, those who lack papers to live in the city itself. The mighty who have fallen, and the fallen who would be mighty. Their eyes never leave Arcades.
I guess it must be a lot nicer than this place.
Oh, to be sure. Arcades reeks of a different filth. Let's be off. We can follow our noses to Draclo.
So yeah, we're in the outer slums of the Empire's main city. Old Arcades. Yeah, giant skyscrapers. Yeah. I remember this is an area where you run around looking for chops, which are like tokens that these people have. Like if you have a bunch of chops, you turn them in for something. I think I remember you have to go around and talk to a lot of people in this place. Like I think to talk to the guard to get into the proper city, you need to go around and talk to people a bit, but yeah. Not that I think any of this talking would help much, but just trying to get a feel of what the area is. You know, reading the random snippets of conversation they tell you. Yeah, what do you say, random peasant? Dropping 9 cents. I think there was like a shop that in order to get access to it, you needed to... Huh. A bunch of random Moogles dancing around. Okay. They're just doing what Moogles do. Dancing around and singing. At least... Oh, okay. I don't remember... Okay, this is the other part of the old town, I guess. Knot of rust. That doesn't seem like a very useful item. I think this guy is somebody that hires you to get his bag of money back. There's like a creature that stole it. I think that might be like a giant turtle that you fight. I think all of the named people in this are people that have hunts that they send you on. But, But yeah, I think there's like a item collect-a-thon that requires you to talk to a lot of people in this area. You like basically just do small favors for everybody. It's just amounts to running around a lot and talking to everybody that's in the city. Which eventually you collect all of the tokens they give you for helping them. I guess I'll save it, why not? Which I don't know if I'll run around and do all that right now, but I think that's the thing that, yeah. I have... Okay, then he refuses and then he talks about how you need to do favors for people. How does Balthier not have credentials to get into the city? Like maybe he threw out any credentials he once had. Do you know how to get into the city? Decline. Okay. I think this is a guy you have to pay. He just throws it. I like this idea that he just weakly throws it underhanded to this guy. Because, I mean, I don't know what the currency is measured in, whether it be coins or bills, but just having them throw it like that seems like they'd hit him and then scatter all over the ground. That'd be a much more proper way to pay the guy. I haven't heard much of anything. I didn't talk to anybody. Okay, yeah. He sends you on a mission to just go talk to everybody. I think if you actually do talk to everybody... Yeah. I think if you actually do just talk to everybody before, then you don't have to run it back and go talk to people again, but... Yeah. Let's see... I don't know which particular person you need to talk to, though. I think there is only one. I think there is only one person that you need to talk to. Whoever it is. Okay. Are you new? Yeah. He hasn't figured out who stole it from him yet, I guess. Might be somebody in the... Just thrown in a barrel. Okay, so that guy's saying that there's a bag of coin in a barrel. Okay. Well, one guy said that there's coin in a barrel. So cross the huge bridge and go find the barrel, I guess. Returnee. Yeah. Okay, so there is a barrel up here. I guess I didn't go up this way. What? Is he trying to sell me Moogles? Okay, that's... Yeah, well, I don't know how you can sell them considering that they're free and out in the open like that. What do you say? I'm gonna be a soldier there. Proper gent. Okay. It's old but dignified fowl. That might be the bird that gives you the cockatrice feather so you can talk to him. Wow, so that guy admits to being a scam artist in his past. I guess maybe he regrets it. Maybe that's what that means. Okay, so... It's not gonna fish very well. Right there. Okay. Well, I guess I'm collecting some random loot at least. Well, at least that guy's pretty clear that Vane is the bad guy. Okay. Okay, maybe I... Okay. I think maybe there's nothing this way. Or I think I did talk to somebody who gave me yellow text. I think all those people with the yellow text are... Yeah. I think maybe the people that say yellow text stuff are ones that give you information you can use. Okay, so they're basically singing about how they're slaves. That's rather upbeat of them. I guess the barrel with money in it is is closer to the guy that told me about it. Hey, what's the shifty-eyed man say? Okay, he's just giving me lore details about the world. Okay, well... Okay, I guess that loot's not really worth chasing. Okay, one of these barrels... Okay. Okay, I don't know if... Yeah. I guess they don't want to listen to fairy tales right now. Just thrown in a barrel. Why is he telling that to somebody? Indefatigable. Could have sworn the barrel was around him somewhere, but I don't know if I can find it. Okay. Nervous Seek. Well, maybe I talk to this person I need to. Oh, okay. He didn't pick a bag of coins out of a barrel. Beasley. Okay. Whoever Beasley is. Except he didn't hear a rumor about a bag of coins picked from a barrel. He heard a rumor about a bag of coins thrown into a barrel. Pretty different things, I would think. Because, well, one of them has the bag of coins still in the barrel. No, you're Furman. Wait, I didn't talk to that guy before? Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, it was him, was it? What? There's no reaction to that? It's basically just... Okay. Where's the other guy? Him? No, not him. Where's the person that told me that originally? Do I need to go talk to him again? 'Cause this guy doesn't seem to have any response. It's just... Oh, here it is. What? Well, I guess I told Beasley. I don't remember this section being this confusing. I do remember, however, the next area of the game is basically like this, but more. Like you do the same thing, but more so. Wait, where'd that? That guy disappeared. Is it because I can go through the place now? But yeah, the next session of the game you have to get like 10 favors for people, I think, to progress. Sure, I have them. Oh, okay. I guess I don't. Well. Okay. What do you say, broken man? Okay. Turns out when you spread rumors that you've heard around, turns out some of them aren't going to be true. So I guess this is a city that success is based entirely on luck. Oh, he's here. Is that the same place he was at before, or did he move? I think he moved. I would think the Vaughn would... I would think that Vaughn would have more of a knowledge, potentially, of what purpose spreading gossip around serves. Wait. Okay. I don't know how the guards would have heard the commotion from a city block away. Or how the fight wouldn't have broken out until I walked a city block away.
You're gaping like a fish out of water.
I'm just checking out the city. Even if it is the Empire.
You've changed, Vaughn. You were always marching to your own beat. Almost like you were impatient even. In a good way.
Maybe it's because I've seen more now. Never imagined I'd ever come this far away from home. Hey, Lars is here in the city, isn't he? He's a tough one. I wonder how he's doing.
You always were a soft touch, Vaughn. You know what's amazing? I always thought I'd go my whole life without meeting people like the Princess or Lord Larsa. And here we are in the capital.
I know. It's a little over my head sometimes.
Good, Vaughn. You've come to understand the difficulties of serving royalty.
Hey, I'm just along for the ride.
That wasn't a complaint, was it, Bosch?
Right. Let's get moving.
Hey, don't change the subject.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of nice. Have that cutscene that establishes that. Okay. Oh, both here. I don't remember him leaving the party, but I don't remember what he's off doing. I'm gonna try to figure out where it was that I need to go. And what the particular goal was. Because I think there's an air cab that you need to take to get further. To make your way towards the thing. And here it is. Okay, it's 3 that I need. What's a chop? That's 1 million. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. What's a chop? Yeah, sure. I don't care. I think it's something you need to pay. Yep. Yeah, Okay, maybe I'm thinking of 10 because there's 10 total to get around here. What was that about? I don't know. But yeah, I think maybe I was thinking 10 because there's 10 total maybe here that you can get overall. It's just, I remember there's one that you help the juggler. Where is it? Okay, that's what you did, you remembered things. Okay. I think most of the things like that are in the same region. Except I'm looking for Balthier, not any of these people. Yeah, I think that's somebody else you talked to at some point. Okay, now I find his father. Which I think most of these quests are like on the same map. Or most of these side missions or whatever. Who are you? Oh. I guess I'll tell him it's time to leave. Okay, I guess not. I'll tell you it's time to leave. Oh, okay. I guess you could just tell everybody it's time to leave. Oh. Okay, I guess this is something different. Boy, these people... What do you have to say? Working up a sweat. Okay. Oh, okay. It's this guy. That person. Okay, well. I seem to remember this being more difficult than it has been, seemingly so far. Where is Balthier? He said that he's in the center. Maybe back here? Even though that's the entrance to the place. I guess I'll check. Okay. What do you say? Tickets to the farce. Okay. She told her daughter to buy one fewer than what they need. What do you say? You know, about one too many. Okay, I guess that's an easy... I guess because these people have difficulty talking to each other, it's really easy to do this. Imagine being so socially stratified that you have difficulty just telling people that you know basic troubles that you have. People barely know the history of our glorious empire. It's neat that I'm able to do most of these so easily. Oh, okay. Nope, you're not the one. What do you say? Yeah. Oh, that's good. Nope. Well, I have no idea where I'm supposed to meet Balthier. One of these people is bound to be the history one. Okay. The academies don't teach the true history. I don't know if I'd trust that. That seems like I did a bad thing just now. I mean, I guess this is the enemy empire, so it being a bad thing isn't necessarily entirely bad. But it seems like if the history isn't written down in any of the academic forums or teachings. It seems more like a you don't know, you don't like the history that the academies are teaching. Because some random person on the street happening to know the details of the history seems a little unlikely to me. Yeah. I'm gonna go to the better place. They don't take the chops as currency from what I remember. You just have to have them. I think the first time I was here I was nervous about going there because I thought, 3? And there's a finite number of them in the whole game? Then that means once I start spending them I'll have to be sure I know what I'm doing. Oh, so he has either a connection to get in here without that, or he has 3 chops on his own. Okay, so he basically split up to use his connections to, he basically split up from us so he could use his connections to arrange transportation into the laboratory. Yeah, that didn't take me long at all. I was expecting to run around for like an hour. If I recall correctly, I don't think anybody in this region gives you chops. I think they're all just flavor text.
The accomplices of the Senate have been quelled, Your Honor. Our forces sustained but light casualties.
You have leave to withdraw. One detachment will remain here to guard Draclaw.
My lord.
I kind of like the look of those shoulder armors.
Do you think they're onto us?
It would seem not, though this will make our task more difficult still.
Did they overhear that, or what was going on just now? What do you say? You know what I mean by suspicious behavior. I kind of like this shoulder armor, because it's like, it's clearly something that's attached to the end of the shoulder, but it it lifts up, so it's like a neck guard, but it wouldn't hinder them from lifting their arms up. Like if they lifted their arms up all the way, it'd be against their shoulder. I don't know. I think that's kind of neat. Well, Balthier said that, what do you say? Yep, they quelled the dissenters in the Senate. Oh, how terrible, the guards ran around. Well, Balthier said he... Yeah, do you know how long it took? Why did you give them the chops to Jules? And when did you do it that I didn't see it? Okay. Fam ran. Okay. So canonically, running around in that lower city took longer than it did. I guess the fact that I knew some basic things about what I was supposed to be doing kind of helped. And I also, like, skipped over all of the loot shops and whatever else was there. Magic that I could be buying.
Where to?
Come, this way.
Seems like a security hazard to just have this top secret research facility have a port from the outside top that you can just enter in through. That somebody with an air cart could just land at it.
It's too quiet.
Passing strange.
I guess those are like
There was
public
supposed to be guards
transportation things.
Maybe you were just lucky, huh?
Maybe you're just optimistic.
Something may be afoot. We proceed with caution.
No time for caution. Step to it. Sid's chambers are on the top level.
Hooray. Seems like a very bad design. Imperial. You are with him? Nope. I think this is one of those locations you can only enter the one time. I don't think there's any missable content in locations you can only enter once. But yeah. So I don't know if I'll be attempting to go. Or I don't think I'll be attempting to go absolutely everywhere. I guess I will... Oh. I think I have to go downstairs and hit a button. $67. Well, in the cutscene it showed that the place was massive from the outside, but I didn't really get the feeling that it was a 70-floor tall skyscraper. I got the feeling more that it was had a lot of width to it instead of height. Don't think you'll get away with this. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, and apparently I have no interest in asking follow-up questions, so... Yep. Stay away from Dr. Sid. That's kind of a neat design.
One's lacking manners by the look of it.
Someone after the Nethicite?
Okay.
The Yacht de Four, was it? 6 years, and ever since you got back, this. What madness found you there?
Above us! Drop bulkheads 5 and 8! Be to it!
They found us.
His earlier visitors, more like. We should lie low for now.
No, we'll use their confusion. We need to find Sid now.
Okay, now I have like a key card. Oh, I got a map. Oh, the door's locked. I guess that's a cutscene only chamber. Yeah, I need to get up there. Okay, so... wow, there's a lot of little side rooms and stuff. I guess I don't need to worry necessarily about I guess I don't need to necessarily worry about getting absolutely everywhere. Some security mechanism. If the one doors are open, the others close. Yeah, I think I'll risk not being able to leave easily. I think I have good enough equipment to survive in this area, probably. Or to get through this area. Okay, so... okay. Okay. Good thing that I'm the only person that will actually be using this door system. Because I mean, if it was me running around in this area, you know, trying to sneak in, I might just either have some of my party split up and stay behind to press the button every couple minutes, or just wait by the doors and hope that somebody else presses the button every couple minutes. At least if I wasn't worried about, you know, guards coming in and beating me up, which seems like that would be a legitimate concern. But I don't think is a concern that typically exists in this world. Well, let me see if I need to head back and go around the long way. Okay. Well, looks like I can go here. Boy, those Imperials are really not well equipped. I probably need to push this button. So even though I haven't been everywhere yet, I guess I'll do that. Oh, a bunch of guards are out here. That's nice. I'm just going to progress under the operative theory that I don't need to actually explore every minor side cavern and stuff. Or side room, hallway. I guess these aren't really caverns. Only in the very basic sense of being caverns. In that you, the chambers themselves are cavernous. Wow, this feels kind of weird. A room that just has a ton of rats in it. And they're fairly tough rats. I guess maybe this is an animal experiment lab or something. Maybe that's the idea. Because this is a whole mess of rats to just find out here. What kind of loot is rat tail? Is there any, like, use that anyone ever has for a rat tail? Okay, so 10 rats in here and nothing else, it seems. Okay. I can live with that. That's a rather random side room. I guess maybe if that's the only place that I can get rat tails and rat pelts, maybe there's an item you can get by selling that stuff at the bazaar that you can't get any other way. Or selling the stuff to shops. And so entering that room helps you get that. I already changed the color of the door that's open. Of course, it could be that I need to change the color, run somewhere else and change it again. I'm not exactly sure where I was originally. Oh hey, this is where they spawn, I guess. But I don't want to actually fight them in the elevator. Okay. That is not the place I want to go. I want to go that way, I think. Because I think they're on the other... Okay, maybe it's... I think this is... Nope. This is a different room I haven't been in. Judge A. Oh, okay. So he's not just a soldier. He's just the boss of the soldiers that's hanging out in this big empty room. Must be his break room. Doesn't seem like much of a break room, but still. That must be what it is. Or what it's supposed to be. knows, maybe that enemy drops a unique collectible item. Okay, I think this is the one that has the, yeah. Okay. Like, I'm sure if I paid more attention to what I was doing, I'd be able to get through this quicker. But I think I have probably a general idea of where to go. Okay. I think that's a new room. Or it would be a new room, but I don't think I can go there. It's always weird to have, like, stabbing each other with swords and stuff, and then one guy has a gun. Let's see what's in here. Is this the rat room? No, it's not the rat room, but it is a different room. It looks similar to-ish to the rat room, but it has one of these things. This security system would make a lot more sense if they didn't have a ton of these areas just throughout the whole complex that can control whether or not the doors are opened or closed. I guess I may as well pick up the treasure. What? Oh, there's a third one. Well, those are things I won't really use. But I guess it's a good sign that them being there, whatever they are, I won't miss. I wouldn't have missed them if I managed to miss them. It wouldn't have been like any big deal. Not like if it was a special club or bow or something. Woo. Okay. South lift terminal. I can only go to floor 70? But on my map there's a floor 69. I was expecting to go there. Maybe that's like a secret area you can go to that get you a bunch of loot or something. I don't really know. Meanwhile, everyone else is just watching.
You bear not the stench of Sid's lackeys.
And you are our earlier visitor.
Yes, a valuable man, one I'd sooner not lose. Yet he knows too much.
Okay, I saw a save crystal here. I'm just curious what these other areas, side areas are. Like, why do these other pathways exist? It's just another one of those instances of I can choose to go anywhere else. Oh, I got Gill Toss. That's an interesting thing to have here. I don't think Gill Toss is a thing I'll ever use, but it's interesting that you find it off to the side in this place. Does that mean that it's not possible to buy it in the world, and if I just proceeded I would have missed the ability to... I would have missed it? Because it could mean that. Oh well, I'm not going for 100% or anything. Just sort of casually playing through, so... They really do love their stairs.
You know Day-affected Nethicite brought down the Leviathan. How can you persist in this folly?
And you've come here to stop me. I'd fain see you try.
Consider your bones, old man. You're outmatched.
Pirates, scum of the skies. What brings you here?
Treasure. What else would a pirate want? We'll take the Dusk Shard.
You've come all this way for that trinket. I thought you were above this. Hmm? What's that? The Princess of Dalmasca come to visit. She's not entirely without merit.
Okay, so...
A test of sorts for our princess?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll fight you.
A trial for a Shelley-herb,
Well, he's obviously talking to something invisible.
You lust for the stone's power, do you not?
Lend him not your ears, milady. He means to use you.
Manufactured Nethicite, like Bergen.
How could you do this? How could you fall this far?
He's a little bit crazy. I think those things will cast status effects on him. But the boss himself has relatively low hit points. Where's that fourth guy? Isn't there... I expected he was gonna be a guest or something. Okay, yeah. I have to fight the rooks, not Sid. I guess I'll get these. What's that? Holy Hastaga. Okay. So neither of those are things. Well, eventually those enemies will stop being eventually those enemies will drop. One got destroyed.
Always hiding behind your toys. Pity if anything were to happen to them.
I don't know if their hit points get recovered. I guess that other guy, whoever he was, is just watching. He's just here to watch this. Maybe he's just gonna... It'd be funny if he watched it and then challenged the winner. How would that be for a cutscene? Like another character shows up and just challenges whoever wins. Like the game was designed to just have the person that the encounter itself is, you lose it either way, but depending on what you do, like the boss you both want to fight ends up going down. Oh, there we go. Just casually walking around.
It pains me to inform you that your time here is over. The curtain falls.
Oh, that's some cannon. Okay. That was not nearly as intense as I was expecting it to be. Are those like mirrors? That was not nearly as devastating a looking an attack as I was expecting. Woo. Van's just constantly casting healing. Well, that's what happens when it's 7-on-1. And that guy tries to take the finishing blow, even though he wasn't involved in the fight at all.
Vana, you shouldn't have. This creature. So this is your Vana?
Ashelia Benargin Dalmasca. Just how far will you go for power? Does your lust for Nephesite consume you? Am I right? I am, aren't I? A worthy daughter of the Dynast King. You would do well to go to Girovegan. Who knows? You may receive a new stone for your trouble.
And now he's just...
Your words mean nothing to me!
The reins of history back in the hands of man. I do make for Girovegan. Give chase if you dare it.
Okay, that's pretty random.
Hate it when he does that.
Mayhaps you think me remiss.
When he's
the Lady
defeated,
Ash of
but he
Dalmasca?
pretends he won and then runs away. Away. Yeah.
The Sky Pirate Rethus, at your employ.
Okay.
The Imperial Senate, powerless to resist House Solidor's brutal purge, was dissolved. Vayne Solidor reigned supreme over the Empire. Though this upheaval shook the Imperial Bastion to its foundation, these developments were, to say the least, welcomed by her military. The authoritarian rule of the judges in tandem with the impending threat of Rosarian invasion, served to foster camaraderie among its ranks.
That makes sense.
For our part, the Resistance mustered strength in the border skies, making ready for the task ahead. A war to decide the doom of Evilis would soon be upon us.
Well, they already kind of have a war going on. I guess they mean a bigger scale war than they had before. A very mountainous terrain. Resistance Army Fleet? I guess that must be Rosaria.
All ships reporting in. They're breaking to begin ship-to-ship maneuvers against us.
All hands, full ahead flank.
We shall make ready to repel their attacks. Counter-air. Track them as though they were the enemy.
Counter-air, to your stations.
A dispatch from Naldoa Command, Excellency. The Sky Pirate has left Arcadian airspace. He makes for Balfonheim with the Lady Ash and her party.
It is good to know the lady still lives. But what of our bid for the stone?
Wait the stone or without. Our resistance should prove an even match for the Imperial Army. These weeks of training have honed our edge.
So they're trying to get the stone, I guess. Why are they called the Resistance Fleet? I guess they're supposed to be the good guys in this conflict, so they're called the Resistance, but...
The resistance, yet raise not a sword in aid.
Yeah.
What city could do this?
A city of men without countries, pirates of the sea and of the sky. Few are they who would fain lay down their lives for a friend, let alone a king.
The Marquis. He is set on war?
The Marquis? So it is a title and not a name.
Vis-a-vis the Empire clear. When he helped you off the Leviathan, he spited the judges full sore. He cannot sit in idleness and expect to avoid a reckoning.
Ah.
The Marquis shares my distaste for war. Yet, if it comes to it, he will show no quarter.
Okay. Now it's starting to get dark.
For the time being, we will continue to train the Resistance Army.
Yeah, it's getting to be a little late.
And even Vane may see the appeal of the treaty table.
Yet Vane holds the Nethicite. What makes you think he would treat when he holds such power? Power enough to sink the Leviathan.
All the more reason for me to support your infiltration of the capital. You said it yourself. The Nethicite is a powerful weapon. I would have you acquire it for me.
I have not said I would give you the Midlight Shard.
If there is no stone, I would have to look elsewhere for aid.
Then you would ally with Rosaria.
Wait, I thought that was supposed to be Rosaria Fleet.
As I must. Failure's not an option.
It's just what Vane wants. He lures the Rosarians and the Resistance to the field, then crushes both with the Nethicite.
I think not. Cid has a stone. We grab it and smash it to pieces with the Sword of Kings. Vane will be left holding nary a thing. Time is short. We follow Cid. He's heading towards Giruvegan.
Okay, so Cid has it.
Giruvegan.
He ran off on his own with
told
it.
of in a song of my people. On the farthest shores of the river of time, shrouded deep in the roiling mist, the Holy Land sleeps, Giruvegan. Who knows the paths, the way to its doors?
Then you seek the Yogg Defoe. Deep within the jungle of Golmore, there is a corner of the Feywood where a mist storm surges and seethes.
And that's it. Let's go.
Right.
Not coming, Rivers? Forget your precious Nethicite already?
Cid's words rang hollow to me. I will follow another course.
Ah, Another lead then, is it? You're well informed.
I could well say the same to you, pirate.
Why does he think he's well informed?
Or we'll leave without you.
Ah, Vaughn. I've had some of my men check on this Feywood. Let's ask what they found.
Okay. Thanks for the help, brothers.
Fly first, ask questions later. Your apprentice is more pirate than you?
I don't have an apprentice.
Princess Ash, I would hear your heart. If Dr. Sid has spoke the truth, you may well be rewarded with more Nethicite in Giruvegan. Tell me, do you still desire the stone?
I desire its power. I want, yet I also fear. I must protect Dalmasca. I can't afford to fear anything.
Why is that a hard question
Do not
for her to
forget
answer
Nabudis.
or consider?
That is my only counsel for you.
I mean, as far as the plot's concerned, it's a means to an end of restoring the kingdom. So, like, why are they so critical of, oh, why do you desire so much power? You must be corrupt. I should really have turned on the light before I started, but oh well. I'm pretty much over for now anyway. I guess maybe this particular okay, the random people. Okay. I think those characters are just there to tell you about what it is. Okay, now that area that had the creatures I couldn't fight before, I think I'm probably high enough power level to actually fight them. But what I will do... Contemplative Viera? Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. You live your whole life in a jungle forest. First time you see the sea, you'd probably be pretty impressed. I could see that being a reaction that somebody has. Well, I'm in a different city. And I don't know if Balfenheim port. Wow, I'm very far from where I need to be. Wait, it says Giruvegan is connected to Goldmoor Jungle? Well, I guess maybe the map doesn't go down further. So they had to put it, squeeze it off over to the side there. There's a bunch of... I guess I'll probably be running around in this area up here next time. I probably won't go for Giruvegan right away. I might just be doing a bunch of side quests for the most part next time. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'll do next time. I'll be doing a bunch of the side quest hunts and whatnot. The Leapin' Banga. And he sells a bunch of things. Any Sage's rings? I guess not. items and potions. Okay, well... Oh. A gambit store. It probably sells all the same gambits as the other shops. But I want to get to the save point, and I'll leave all the wandering around the city for later, I think. I guess the Resistance must be a third group that hasn't been mentioned much before, because I always assumed that the Resistance was supposed to be associated with Rabanastra only. But I guess the Resistance fleet refers to Balfenheim? I guess maybe they only mentioned Arcades, Rabanastra, and to the west there being an empire out to the west somewhere called Rosaria. So I guess in terms of that, maybe Balfenheim is a third faction that exists on the southern border of Arcades. I guess it would make sense that Bujerba might be a third party then, if they mostly exist in the ocean, above the ocean, and fund the Resistance, whatever the Resistance is. I guess that makes sense. Because Arcades is an empire that has crushed most of its immediate neighbors, and is going to go to war with an empire further out to the west. But like all the immediate neighbors have like a disorganized and not very powerful resistance movement. I think in terms of plot that makes sense to me, so I can see that. So yeah, I think that makes sense, although knowing that there's a resistance as well as knowing that there's a resistance as well as that involves more than just Rabanastra seems like kind of a late development to learn. But, you know, I also haven't been talking to absolutely every NPC and getting a bunch of random lore. So maybe it's a product of that makes this a surprise for me, and not the fact that, and not like necessarily that this really does seem like a late addition to the plot, or a sudden addition to the plot. But anyway, I think I'm finished for now, and next time I'll be doing, I guess, running around in Balfenheim and doing random side quest missions and not progressing the plot. So if anyone's there, I'll see you next time, maybe. And goodbye.